Okay, our first game starts the next 1 minute. The game is live. You can catch it on. Goma kidogo. Next game, Hodari, Equity. Next game, Hodari versus Equity. Next game, Hodari versus Equity, starting up the next court. Our first game tips off the next few seconds. Simba 1 versus hometown team, Team Umoja. Remember, this is Nairobi Lite Quest, Road to Singapore. Winners of this circuit will go to Singapore. All the best.
Team is the Simba team. Alicia with the ball for the Simba team. Getting it back to Hargos. Attacks back to Alicia. And that will be taken away by Jason, who tries for a 3. Shot comes out short. Oh, shit. Alicia picks the ball out to Hargos. To Alicia. Playing a very stiff defense there. We are seeing Edwin. Edwin with the ball. Timeout. Basket does not count. Subbed out is Alicia. Coming in for the Simba team is Element Brian. Now remember, we are here at Umoja 2 Lite Quest 3x3, trying to find our way to Singapore this year. Simba team, we're seeing Hargos attack, and there is a bit of a football defense there from Clinton. Ball to Eleman. False shot. Rebound. Gotten by Clinton. Back to Edwin. You're seeing Kojo do a good job with the defense there. Now will be a 3-sec back down for the Simba team. Alicia comes in. Kojo subs out. And we are seeing Jason out and Cannon in for Umoja. Now remember, we are trying to make our way to Singapore here as Hagos travels. He's already eager enough to make his way to Singapore here. First game of the session. Jason Sakwa is back in and Edwin is out. And that will be a point for Umoja by Cannon. Out to Hargos. Back to Telemann. Goes for the layup. Comes out short. Picked by Jason. Out to Cannon. Will he attack or... And he attacks, and it's a good basket, counts for Umoja. The ball is out. That will be a foul. That will be a foul. Clinton is back in for Umoja. Hargos with the shot. A bit too much energy. However, Eleman is a bit more gentle with it. On the line. Now that man right there who was just shot that free throw is a man you do not want in that space. His shots are precise, he makes it home, and we are seeing a bit of a footwork there from Kainan. However, the defense from Simba, Alicia number 12, is one to watch out for. And position is back to Simba. He's seeing Koja with the ball. Back to Alicia. Alicia attacks. Fouled. Kenan is out for Umoja and Clinton is in. Hargos is in. And Eleman Brian is out. Alicia on the line. Now, if you know anything about Alicia, is he will make home under your head. And that is a high-pitched shot there. As I was saying, Alicia is a player who is very vast with the 3x3 phenomenon. Sako with the three-point false shot. Hargos with the pickup, back to Alicia. Is he going to play? He's going to go for the shot, and it counts for the team. We are at 7-5. And that will make it 8-5 for the Simba team. Hargos with the ball. Is he going to take the shot? False shot. Edwin with the rebound. Back to Jason. Jason attacks, and ooh, that was a spit out right there. And we're seeing Edwin try to put it back. However, falls short on it. Will Alicia make it count? A bit too hard on the rim. And Hargos does make it count, and we are at 9-5. 5:53 on the clock. Sakwa with the ball and the block from Koja. Now that is what he loves doing. He loves protecting the rim. And he will be on the line. Now remember, to watch this live, make your way to Umoja 2. We are here in Nairobi, Kenya. Eleman with a little bit more energy, and we are seeing the ball quaddle over there between Sakwa and Koja. Ball will go to Koja's team. Back in for Umoja is Edwin. Eleman with the ball, back to Hargos, takes the shot. Ooh! Sakwa with the ball, attacks. Now remember, he's a very sneaky player. He uses his height to his advantage. You snooze, he will literally be past you, and we are seeing a rather... Ooh. Doesn't go in. Off the glass, but doesn't go in. Hargos with the ball. to Koja, who manages to get it and put it back. Oh my God! And the face down. He's telling Sakwa, you know what? This is my territory right here, bro. You can go to the 3-point line. This is my territory under the rim. And we are seeing Umoja with the ball. Cannon with the ball. Doesn't manage to get it in. Remember, scores are 11-6, favor Simba team. Eleman with, just a tiny bit strong on the on that shot. Hargos with the rebound for Simba. Of the class doesn't fall, however, we are seeing Eleman with a big rebound and a putback for the team, getting them at 12-6, 4:09 on the clock. Sakwa with the three-pointer, a bit too strong, doesn't manage to get it in. We are seeing Hargos attack, and he goes all the way, tries for the dunk, however. It's fouled there by Edwin. First game of this tournament. Remember, we're trying to make our way to Singapore. Hargos on the line. The bit of a spit out there, and we are seeing Elisha trying to put it back, however, is not able. Takes the rebound to Eleman and composes himself for the shot, however, doesn't count. And that will be an orange ball. Now remember, our referees are Collins Makeo and Nina Ngeri. Scores are 12-6, favor Simba. Just a tiny bit too strong. Elisha with the ball to Koja. Koja tries to go all the way. He's fouled in the process. Remember, if you want to make way here, you are coming to Umoja 2. Now we have a timeout. The scores are at 12-6, 3:30 on the clock. Now all these players, as you are seeing, in both of these teams are not new to the 3x3 quorum. Especially the Simba team has quite the heavy load there. We have Brian Eleman, who has not participated in not one but two and more under his belt. Elisha has a record for one of the best dunks we have seen in the 3x3 element. Back in. 12-6, 3:30 on the clock. And we have Koja on the line. He also loves dunking. Elisha and him are the same thing in regards to dunking. And he makes it count. Ball goes out of bounds there, slips out of Edwin's hands. Takes the shot, a bit too hard there off the board. Elisha with the rebound off to Koja. Back to Elisha. A bit too short, just manages to get the tip of the rim, and Yasin Teleman in his element, however, too strong. Rebounded by Koja. Elisha decides to take the shot, and it does count for the team. We are at 14-6. We are seeing Clinton. Clinton did not manage to clear off the 3-point, and the ball goes to the Simba team. Hargos. Telemann back to Hargos. The shot does count for the team. That would have been a very nice layup right there. Hargos gets a bit of a slip up from the ball. Back to Eleman, who attacks. Now, Umoja needs to be more precise in regards to guarding Hargos here, because we are seeing his shots, his three-point shots are actually going in together with Brian. Now, these are two players. Hargos, on the other hand, makes home at the three-point line. Element loves the space inside. He loves his two-point shots, and there he goes for the three-point. Kisses the rim. Managed to smooch off the rim. Ooh! Now that was a putback from Clinton for Umoja. Manages to get them up to 8. That will be a foul for Umoja. Now that was an impressive putback there. Shows you how much people are eating out here and actually putting in the work to play this game. (155) 17-8 favor the Simba team. Cannon tries for the three-point shot. Passes out. When we have the fade away, that doesn't quite count for the team. Back to Koja. Back to Elisha, who summons himself for a three-point shot. Doesn't manage to quite get it to dip in. And we have Jason there with the pass and the dunk from Clinton. Ooh. This is T for T. It is T for T. Eleman is back in for Simba while Hargos goes out. Trying to attack. The reverse layup does not fall in for Umoja. For Kainan. Eleman with Elisha with the spin move. Managing to save the ball there is Clinton for Kainan at the corner. Ooh, doesn't manage to. Let's go again. Will it count? Yes, it does. He makes sure the second time counts for the team, and we are at 11 seconds on the clock. Shooting 2. First one gets in. Second one manages to slip off the rim, and we are seeing Eleman attack with the spin and a block. And a block from Clinton there. He's the man with the dunks and the blocks. He's taking all of them, packing all of them, and going with them home. Now remember, this is the first game of this tournament. Edwin comes in for Kainan. We have Sakwa going for the three-point shot, a bit short. On the other hand, Elisha is a bit strong. And we have the ball still. Now remember, I told you, Jason is fast. He is stealthy. He's the definition of a cat right there. You snooze him, you think he's not there, he is right there to steal that from you. Patton, Edwin with a three-point shot that doesn't fall in, and we have the ball back in Umoja's hands. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. But the next game of this session is going to be an interesting one. You do not want to get up from your seat. Hargos at the line. You do not want to leave him open there. This is not the time you want to leave him open. And that will be the first game. Umoja going against Simba ends at 19-13. And the Simbas take the win for the first game. 19-13. Now the next session is equity. Now, as you can see those replays right there, I was about to cross counties there and go to the hills, or as we would say it here, watu wa mlima. Now the replays are on your screen of the highlights of the game that just ended. Umoja, Simba, and Simba do take the win. Kelbon. K-E-L. F-O-N. F-O-N. Your number? 9. Kevin, his number? You don't know your teammates? Oh, Lord. And we are back. Now, this is the second game of the day. Equity going against Hodari. Now for Hodari, we have Brian Musembi, number 13, Ryan Onyango, number 8, Jack Waweru, number 4, and Bonfas Amukutu. And for the Equity team, we have Dominic Adero, number 11, William Olang, number 6, Kevin Gikoto, number 12, and Calfon, number 9. Our referees here today. It's a women's event. And if you want anything done well, give it to a woman, give it to a lady, give it to a girl. Now these two teams, still not new to this. They are well versed with the 3x3 rules, 3x3 experience, and they are here to battle it out. And we are all battling out to go to Singapore. If you want to make way wondering where the hell are we are at Umoja 2 here in Nairobi, Kenya, about to experience the second game of the tournament. Ball, Hodari, and we start. The first 3 points of the game doesn't manage to fall in. The second 3-pointer doesn't. Hodari is still in possession of the game. Third 3-pointer attempt of the game, and still the ball is in Hodari's possession. Floater doesn't fall. Spit out. That was a spit out. And ball will go to Equity's possession. We have Stephen coming in for Hodari. Now he is very, very lethal under the rim. That is a youngster right there who understands the rhythm under the rim. And Equity will go on the line. That will be Dominic. Foul will trying to make his layup count. We have Stephen with the rebound. He's taken off and he's just rebounding. The ball movement there is beautiful. And for the 3-point shot, manages to fake. And back to Stephen, who goes for the 3-pointer a bit too hard on it. And we are seeing Equity rebound. However, Stephen's hands are long enough. And that was a sneaky layup right there. And a fake. That was a beautiful fake, however. William Olang stepped on that line as he was attacking into the rim. And the ball Stephen taps it out. We are 3-0. 3 is Hodari. Equity still trying to play it on an equitable level. They're at 0. Olang with the ball. Attacks. With the step back and a 3 off the board, a bit too hard, rolls off. We are seeing Hodari with the rebound. Manages to attack, however, the ball slips off, and that will be a bit of a footwork there. Footwork there from Calfon. Hodari's ball. Beautiful pass, however, just slipped off his hands. Calfon with the ball for Equity. Passes it to Kevin Kiguto, who walks. Now, you know, as a big man, your strength is your feet. You need to know which foot you're pivoting at what time and not to remove it. Decides to take the shot. Just off the end of the rim, goes for the second attempt of the shot, however falls short to Kilfon, who goes for another attempt, however falls short. We're seeing Kevin do a really good job with the rebounds. And as a big man, that's what you are supposed to do. That's why he's in there. And that is beautiful. No. Oh. Kelfon did not manage to clear it out before starting the ball for his team. Hodari with the possession again. Stephen with the ball there. We are seeing a three-point attempt, however fake and an attack, and goes all the way. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Seamless. You think you have it, yet you don't. Trying to save the ball, however, falls short at that. The ball will go into Equity's hands, and we are seeing Olang walk out as Dominic makes his way back for Equity. Kelfon with the ball, attacks, goes for the jumper, and is good off the glass. He might have made a bit of a friendship circle there with the glass. The scores are at 4-1. 1 is Equity, 4 is Hodari. Ooh, that's a beautiful pass to Stephen. However, we're seeing Kevin do his job as a big man, and that is the defense falls short there from Stephen. Kelfon with the ball. Decides to take the three-point shot. A bit short. Stephen at the corner and makes it count for the team. Kelfon there. Passes it out to Adera. It goes all the way. Oh, just misses it by a notch. We are seeing Olang make his way back in for Equity. That would be a timeout. Guys, it is beautiful. You can see how much basketball is being played here. The swiftiness, the seamless, the blocks, the attacks and the drives. Scores, we are at 5-1. Equity still keeping it at an equitable level. They're only at 1. However, we still have a lot of time. The clock is at 6:40. And it's going to be a lineup with Adero, Dominic on the line. Doesn't make it count, and we are seeing Stephen take off there with the rebound. Ooh, with the attack, decides to go all the way. Is he going all the way? Pass out. Makes it count. Makes it count for his team there. We are seeing Olang with the 3-point, and oh, wow, this is a 3-point competition at this point. We are at 9-3. 9-3, Hodari's ball. Thinks twice about the shot, falls short on it, and we are seeing Kelfon with the ball, and it slips out his hands. You can tell by his face. Making a very hard 3-point shot there. That is a beautiful 3-point shot right there. Hodari is killing it. Olang's on the line. Oh, sorry, that was Olang's 3-point shot and not Hodari's, which Olang plays for Equity. Ooh, that is a statement that you will always expect from Stephen the moment the whistle goes and he is in a play. I don't think he's ever left a game without a dunk. Making it to 9-5. We are seeing the struggle there. Stephen manages to get the ball back and goes for a shot that is smooth and seamless from the 3-point line. That is a big man who decides, you know what, I'm going to make friends with my neighbors too and understand what it takes to take a 3-point shot and not only know how to dance under the rim with the right pivot. Falling short on that, Ooh. For those who played Kati, we can see Calphon did a bit of that. Ooh. Out to Olang. Olang decides to attack and goes in, however, falls short. Just bangs the rim at the corner. And we are seeing Stephen do his thing with the attack, and that will be a push from Alex. And Brian will be subbed out. Calphon with a three-point shot. Manages to just smooch off the rim. Another three-point shot. We have Alex. We have Adero there with the rebound. Olang with the attack. Out to Adero. And makes it count for the team. We are at 15-8. Favor Hodari. We are seeing Kevin come back in for Equity. Managing to just kiss the rim at the corner. We are seeing Calphon with a beautiful layup there, however manages to fall short. I remember this is a game of stamina. The moment that clock hits, you have a set time. First team to get 21 makes it, or when that last second hits, the team with the highest points takes the win home. Olang with a very hard three-pointer there, and he makes it count. That is Olang for you. That is home for him. And Stephen with an answer to what Olang just did, and he tries for another. Oh, manages to fall short. Saved by Hodari. We are seeing Brian there with the ball. And we are seeing the snuggle and the towel. And that will be a timeout for Equity. Now the scores are at 17-10. Time is 3:38. Now both teams are really doing a good job shooting on the three-point line. Brian and Olang are at it. Olang calls and Brian answers on the three-point line. It's beautiful to see a big man do a really good job on that three-point line. You'd expect him to be well-versed with under the rim, but he's no, I'm going to broaden my perspectives and I'm going to understand the broadens of the lines. Don't put me in a box. Ooh, that is Adero, who manages to finish a very beautiful move there. A bit of an assist from Olang. Three-point shot, a bit hard. There, falls off the rim. Adero again with the attack. Ball slips off and Hodari picks up the rebound. Going for a three-point shot. Bit too strong. And that is a beautiful ball movement right there. Tipped off Adero's hands. You can see how much Hodari actually want this by how they're playing. Now we are seeing Musembi there with a bit of defense, however. Fouls. Now Hodari has Olang on the line. Scores are 18-11. Favor Hodari. And remember, we are fighting for our way to Singapore. Kevin is out, and Calphon makes his way back in for Equity, and we are seeing Adara try to go there for the layup. We are seeing a very interesting block there from Boniface. Oh, Jack Waweru, rather. Oh, that is a beautiful shot there by Calphon for Equity. Jack with the ball. Jack Waweru goes for the three-point shot and makes it count. Makes it count, guys. We are seeing Calphon go up again. Ooh. Don't let that height fool you. Ryan with the reply for Equity, and we are at 22, 14. And Hodari take the win of the second game. And they managed to keep themselves still in the journey for Singapore. Now you can watch the replays there. You can see the beautiful rhythm these boys have. The dancing, the shots, the mid-ranges and the three-pointers. I remember in this game, the three-pointer counts for 2 points and the 2 points count for 1 point. Fast to 21 wins. However, when the clock runs out, whoever has the highest points takes the win home. That was the second game of this tournament. And in a few, we will be going into our third game of the tournament.
Naambia angalia watu wengi wanafanya. Napenda kama wantu.
BCG, you have 1 minute. After BCG, we have Dorcas versus Chipukizi. Be ready.
So the next team is Chipukizi versus Dockers. So Chipukizi, kindly start warming up. BCG.
Umeona na hapo mtu amegongwa kichwa. Sasa ni dem. It is what it is, man. Tunatarajia tumegesha. Tuko poa. Wakati hapa na lakini sasa ndio. Kwa ule msaidia. Ananielekeza. Uko na mic kama? Ninakuuliza. Ni blackboard pia. Ongea nao. Okay, tutaongea basi.
The next game now is between Dockers and Chipukizi. So we'll start with the Dockers. Number 10, Tobias Odiam. Number 11 is Kiselo. Martin Brownie. Give a hand for KPA. Chipukizi next. At number 1, we have Joseph Blessing. Number 2, we have Stephen Mungai. Number 3, Muturi. Patrick Ndomo. Give a clap for the team. Okay, and we have our 2 referees. Okay, and the referees are Linda Collins. Guys, thank you for waiting for the team. Umoja fan base, thank you very much for hosting us. We're happy to be here. Right, now we have the game.
All right. Now we are back here at Umoja to here for our card game of the day, and we have Chipukizi and KPA. Walking in blue is KPA Dockers, in red is Chipukizi. Now we start with the Dockers. We have Salim Kisilu, number 11. Tobias Odhiambo wearing jersey number 10, Martin Buluma 21, and Jayshawn Brown-Lee jersey number 31. And for Chipukizi, we have Stephen Mungui number 2, Craig Muturi 3, Patrick Ndungu 4, and Joseph Blessing 1. And our referees, as we see the first 3-pointer just miss the rim, are Linda and Collins. Now the game did start with the ball on Chipukizi's end. However, now we're seeing it in Doka's hands. Now remember, this Doka's team are not new to this and were the last winners of the Lite Quest. Now we are seeing there Tobias with the putback, the whole team with the putback. However, the ball is like, nah, not meant to go in. Still in their hands. We're seeing Martin try to do a crossover there, fails. Ball there. Ndungu's hands. Tries to go for the layup. Tobias with and back to Xilim, who does a pump fake and falls short. That's a baby. We do not give birth on the court. This is a game of strength. Now KPA Dockers are not new to this. Current holders of the last competition tournament held here in Kenya at Mombasa. You're seeing a line step there from Chipukizi. Coming in is Jayshawn Brown-Lee, and out is Martin. Goes for the shot, fails. Tobias with the rebound and the putback. You see Salim with the rebound out to Brown-Lee. Now this is someone you want to watch out for the 3-point. Falls short, banging out on the other end of the rim. This is the captain of the team. Tries to make it fall, however, we've seen that break on the lower leg. It happens. If you're a player, you understand that happens, and he will go to the line. Fails to put it in. We are at 1-1. 8:32 on the clock. Martin forces his way in and puts back his own rebound. That is beautiful. With the rebound, fails to put it in. We are seeing Brown-Lee with the rebound, attacking with the spin move and a finish for KPA Dockers. That is a very heavy bag skill set this Brown-Lee young man has. For the free throw, fails to put it in. Tapped away by Chipukizi. I think Patrick falls short on the shot again. Kisilu with the shot, fakes, tries to put it in. We are seeing Tobias do the captain's job from his seat, making sure that his teammates know where and when to be. Brown-Lee with the ball, fails to put it in. A tap, and finds itself into Brown-Lee's hands again. Attacks and a very gentle saddle layup. You may think he was going to dunk it. However, that's what he wants. He wants you to think he is going to dunk it. You come and he gently puts it in. Ball belongs to Chipukizi. We're seeing Joseph there with the step back. And the 3-pointer counts for Chipukizi. We are at 4-5. Tobias back in. Kisilu tries for the shot, fails. Tobias tries to get the rebound, however, fails. We are seeing Joseph with the rebound and is fouled on the floor by Brown-Lee. Third game of the tournament on the first day here at Umoja 2. A place to be. The place to be this weekend is Umoja 2 to watch these teams fight their way to Singapore, and we are seeing there Stephen is in a hurry to get there already. He's already walking his way to Singapore. Another walk. These two teams are eager to get to Singapore. It's just the first day. And we are seeing Joseph take a seat, and Craig comes in for Chipukizi. Ball's on Patrick's hand. Ndungu with a bit of a leg work there. However, Dockers managed to keep it locked on their end, and we are seeing Brownlee tries going in for the shot. Martin picks it up, and now he gives the dunk. Now he gives the dunk. That dunk does not need explanation. It fully explains itself. That is what he does. He stamps, and he stamps in a surety. Time out. Chipukizi. Scores are 5-5. We're on ups. 6:44 on the clock. Both teams are not new to this. However, Dockers have an upper hand here because they were the last champions of the Lite Quest in the last season. That was last year, and it took place in Mombasa. And they managed to come out top and managed to represent Kenya abroad. And here they are trying to take that championship back again. Ooh, manages to slip out and goes for the layup. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's how he makes it look. However, do not be fooled. It is not that easy. Takes a lot of hard work. And we are seeing Martin there with a bit of a clean shot for the team. Fade away, rather. And Tobias, what he does best, rather. Sneak on you. Makes it count. Back to Martin's hands. Tries for the three. Doesn't manage to make it fall. Ooh. Brownlee with another dunk for the Dockers. And we are at 9-6. At this point, all their points will become dunks if he keeps up with this momentum. We are seeing Patrick there with the spin move out to Joseph, who's looking for back to Patrick, and he is fouled by Tobias. Finding his way into Patrick's cylinder. And he finds himself on the charity line. Now will he strike it and make it count for his team? Or let's see. Out to Tobias, who takes the three, and it's a clean swoosh. Counts for Dockers. We are at 10-7, and we are seeing Martin have a bit of a slip up there with the ball. The ball basically just rolls off his hands, and that does happen a lot in this sport called basketball. Out to Tobias, who catches and attacks, and to the rim. Easy peasy lemon squeezy off the board. Makes it count for the team. Ball back to Patrick, who makes a fadeaway shot. Doesn't fall. Kisilu with the power rebound. Out to Martin, back to Kisilu. Takes the shot. Doesn't count off the ring. Back to him again. Will he make it count? Nope. Kisses the rim and decides, I'm not here to stay. The ball is in Patrick's hands. Dribbles, looks for an outward, and we are seeing Joseph there with the ball. Doesn't manage to touch the rim and falls out of bounds. Brownlee is back, and Tobias is on the seat. Kisilu out. Brownlee decides to take the shot, and he does make it count. That bag that Brownlee has in regards to skill is a very full bag, as we can see. He's showcasing it. Stephen here is the captain of the team, making it count. However, it is a bit of a walk. We will acknowledge the swift that he has. Martin with the attack, tries to make it through with the pass to Salim Kisilu and makes it count. Out, ooh, makes Salim fly for it, but will he make it count? No, fails. Salim redeems himself by rebounding it, and out to Brownlee, who makes it count again. We are at 16-7. Joseph up for the ball, however, is blocked by Brownlee. Martin manages to capture the ball. however, falls out of bounds, and he will be taking the seat as Tobias makes his way back. Stephen to Joseph. You're seeing Craig there. With the pass to Joseph, Tobias intercepts, and the ball is out of bounds. Still retained by Chipukizi. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Decides to attack. Falls short. There a bit. Out to Joseph. Takes the point. And the board helps with the finish. Ball out to KPA, and we are seeing Joseph do a good job intercepting that. 3:49 on the clock. 16-9 are the scores. Favor KPA Dockers as Isuki Silu take the seat, and Martin Bulumu makes his way back in. For Chipukizi, Patrick makes his way back in, and we say Muturi take the seat. And it's a timeout. 16-9. Now we are seeing Dockers do a really good job. Rather, Brownlee do a really good job on that 3-point line. He's done a really good job making sure that every dunk he takes counts, every rebound he takes counts, and he's doing a really good job keeping those scores up for the Dockers. Now Chipukizi on the other end will need to find a way to intercept the ball from getting into Brownlee's hands or Tobias' hands, because we've seen Tobias have a sneaky link, managing to sneak his way through the defense and to the rim and making it count every time. Ball is Chipukizi's. Patrick with the ball, doing big man things. That is not the best pass. That was not the best pass, Patrick, and you can tell by his body language he's aware of that. That was not the best pass to give in that situation. Time's up for Chipukizi. Ball is blue, KPA Dockers. Brownlee manages to get the ball. It was almost going out of bounds. Woohoo! That would have been a dunk. saved by the board, I'd rather say. To Brownlee, and goes for the 3-point shot. Manages to smush on the rim, however, does not go in. We are seeing Stephen there attacking. Out to Patrick. Will the 3-point count? There's a bit of frustration there from Buluma's end, and Chipukizi make it to 11. 2:44 on the clock, and another clean shot there from Brownlee for KPA Dockers. Now, guys, they will need to find a way to keep Brownlee in check, because he's having a fun day here. He's having a fun day. It's a date night for him. That was a beautiful shot. However, too strong and off the board, manages to redeem himself, go for a rather simple layup. Sometimes the simple and the basic is what always works. And we are seeing Tobias do what he does best. Finish. Give him the ball, and he will find a way to put it into the rim. And he goes to the line. Makes it count. We are at 20-12. Now remember, it's just one basket, and KPA will have won this session. 2:21 on the clock. Joseph makes it for the seat, and Muturi makes his way back. Stephen with the step through and makes it count for Chipukizi. And he seals the deal, and the game comes to an end. 2:08 on the clock. Bramwell seals it. for Dorcas. Ladies and gentlemen, this session, Chipukizi against KPA Dorcas, and the Dorcas come out as the winners. 21-13. Don't go anywhere. On to the next game in a few. Right back here for the fourth game. Now we're here at Umoja 2. Remember, this is the place to be this weekend. And our fourth game of the day is Umoja going against Twende. Now remember, Umoja had an earlier game against the Simbas, whereby they did get the rather end of the stick. And with their second game of the day, they're hoping to redeem themselves. Now, to get into the statistics of it, we have Umoja's team: Jason Sakwa, number 5, Edwin Otieno, number 13, Kainon Benford, number 7, and Clinton Lijondo, number 14. For the Twente team, we have Ariel Ortega, number 5, Derek Ogechi, number 9, Larry Shavanga, number 4, and Derek Olang, number 10. Now, this is a very interesting matchup because both teams have people who understand this space. Derek Olang is from here, the home team here. Umoja is the home team here. This is their court. They understand it inside out. And if anyone should be winning here, it's them because they understand the inside and the outs of the court. However, at the end of the day, I think it's down to hunger. Who wants to go to Singapore more? Oh, now, the game is just about to begin. Umoja has a really good play set. On the other hand, Twende is full of shooters, three-point shooters from Olang to Ortega to the man himself, Derek Ogechi. Failed to put it in. The putbacks were a no-go. We are seeing another attempt on the three-point. Doesn't go in. Olang with the three-point, too hard. Hits the rim on the back. Bounces out, and we are seeing another attempt shot from Umoja this time. Rebound picked by Ogechi. Ortega with the pass to Olang. That will be a foul. And the basket will not be counted. The foul was on the floor. We are at 2-0, 9-9 on the clock. Ortega with the ball. Fix for the shot. Attacks. Step back. Out to Shivanga, who has walked in as Ogechi went to take a seat. That will be a foul from Edwin Otieno, tapping the ball out of Shivanga's hands. And we are seeing Ortega take the bench as Ogechi makes his way back. Now we are seeing Umoja go big. Umoja has chosen to go big with this team. Shivanga free, goes for the shot, fails, just nitpicks, manages to nitpick on the rim with the ball. Now remember, Umoja already has one loss on the docket. However, this is the first game that Twende is going through. Is playing. Putback falls short from Umoja's end. We're seeing Clinton there trying to put it back, however, doesn't manage. The ball is out to Shivanga, tries to attack and is fouled in the process by Clinton, number 14. Now, Shivanga is another menace in the dunking sector. You see him coming. Run for your life. He's on the line. He's going to make it count for his team. He does. And we are at 2-1. Favor Umoja. Edwin with the rebound. Edwin Otieno on the line. Will he make it count for his team? Second game of the day. He needs to make it count. The whole team is aware. If they want to make it to Singapore, they do not need another loss in their docket. We are seeing along with a shot that did not make it to the rim or anywhere close to the rim. Another shot that falls out of the rim. Now this might be a team full of three-point shooters, but it's like everyone is not yet having a good time with the hot hand. Ogechi doing what he does better, and that is bully ball. Ogechi is a player you do not want to give your body to. He plays through that contact. It's like it's his stabilizing point. And his shots are a menace too. So you're going to have to choose. Are you going to give him space because he will shoot? Or are you going to give him body where he will bully you to the rim? It's a very hard choice to make if you find yourself defending him. Now, taking the seat, we have Shavanga back. On the other end, Jason Sakwa makes it back into the court. As we see Shavanga add some points on the scoreboard for the team. On the line he goes. Makes it count. Ooh. Now we've seen Shavanga fly there with the pump fake. And Sakwa with the three-point shot that falls short. However, we are seeing Edwin with the putback, however, fails to put it in. On the positive hand, he is going to the line to try and redeem, or rather add that point to the team's scoreboard. Falls short, gets his own rebound, and the leg work. However, the rim is not really... Shavanga goes for it, however, it's blocked. That is a double block from Clinton with the help of Edwin there. Like I said, if you see Shavanga coming, you're either going to have to make way or go 100%. Don't go 50. If you go 50, he goes 100. That means he's going to dunk on you. So just like you've seen them do, you either go 100. And he's back on the line again for the charity strike. The scores are at 3-4. Favor Umoja. Snatched away, back to Shavanga's hands. Goes for the three-point shot, fails. The ball is out by Clinton, who decides to take the shot, manages to take it back, taps it out, and is saved by Shavanga, however, lands on Clinton's hands, who gives it back to Edwin. Makes his way out and decides to take a free throw. The line there doesn't seem to know where the line is with the step back and the fake, however, seems like everyone doesn't seem, and Sakwa manages to escape. However, now if you know anything about Jason Sakwa, is he's fast, he's lethal, he's stealth. He uses his fastness to his advantage. He's very sneaky. He's the kind of player you want on your team. When you least expect it, he'll be blocking you, he'll be making the steals, and he'll be making the finishes too for your team. That will be a timeout. And we are back with the referees doing a good job over there. You know, like they say, if you want something done perfectly, give it to the ladies. And we are seeing our lady referees here doing exactly that. Ball belongs to Twende, to Olang. Decides to attack, however, is fouled by Conan. Conan takes the foul just off the seat, and you walk in with the foul. You're seeing Edwin takes the seat in the situation, and Clinton with the rebound decides to attack there. That is not the best pass. Olang manages to rescue the ball out to Ortega. To Ogechi, pass it to Ortega, who takes the shot. However, comes up a bit too strong. Ortega gets it back out to Ortega again. These two names will have me on a roll here. For the three-pointer, and he's pat out literally by the rim. Ooh, 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 ooh. Like I said, Sakwa is sneaky. When you least expect to see him, he'll be there to take that ball away from you. Ogechi was not expecting Sakwa to be where he was. Sneaky little man there. And he attacks, goes all the way to the rim. However, passes it over. Shavanga with the salvage ball. Attacks, passes it to Olang, who is under the rim. Fakes and manages to make it through the contact. Shavanga with the rebound. Taps it. falls into Sako's hands. I told you the man is sneaky. He knows where to be at the right time, every time. And we are seeing Clinton with his own putback saves the ball. Umoja are keeping 20 on their toes here. So scores are 4-6. On the clock we are 5:20. We're at 5:25. Olang takes the bench and Ortega, makes it back. That will be a walk for Ortega. Conan with the attack. And we have seen a beautiful, beautiful dunk there. We have seen a rebound. Conan with the three-point shot a bit too hard off the edge of the rim. Ball on Ogechi's hands, attack the base with the spin. Manages to fake him off, passes to Ortega. Will he make it count? Yes, he does. And those are 2 points for 20. Ooh, that is IQ defense right there. Managing to tap that ball off without causing a foul in the process. Ortega the man with the threes. 4:39 on the clock, 5-8 at the scores. We are seeing Conan with the attack. Goes to the rim, is pushed, the ball is saved by Olang to Ogechi's hands, who goes for the three, falls short. Now this is a pull and tag or tag and war, whatever you want to call it. Olang and Clinton at it. Conan with the ball, with the three-pointer, a bit too strong. Olang takes the rebound, gets himself for the three-point shot, falls short. We are seeing Edwin with the rebound attacks on the frontier end. Easy, gentle. Sometimes you just have to be gentle with the rim. How you're feeding that ball to the rim has to be gentle enough. Maybe then will you find your way into it. Along with the rebound and the attack and the finish at the same time. We see Ortega tapping the ball out. Ball will go to Umoja's team. As we see Jason Sakwa take the seat there for the team. Sorry, not Jason Sakwa, but it is a timeout. Rather Conan, as Jason was making his way back in. Scores are 5-9, 3:51 on the 5-9, 3:51 on the clock. Now remember, Umoja's second game of the day, Tuende's first game of the day, and both teams are toe to toe. Like it's a very energetic game. The rebounds are there. The skill set is there. Now it's just down to who wants to go to Singapore more than the other. And as they're walking back in, we're seeing Conan take the seat still for Umoja and Olang and Ogechi rather for Twende. Sakwa with the sneaky push through, and he manages to make that count for his team. We are at 7-9. You know, you have to fight for that ball. Every possession is a basket, so you have to make it count. Time here is a factor, and both teams are, as of now, 7-9. And another timeout is called. 3:41 on the clock. And we are seeing Shavanga there try to talk his way with the referees. Did I tell you about the man, Jason Sakwa? He will make you bleed. This guy is sneaky. I will repeat, he is sneaky, he is stealth, he is fast, and he uses that to his advantage. So when you least expect him to be there, he is going to be there. And we are seeing there a bit of a ball fall from Clinton as he's struggling to pass it, and Ogechi manages to tap it out. Jason Sakwa's power has gotten them to a 9-9. They're up. Both teams are at 9. And we are at 3:07 on the clock. Ortega with the ball. Attacks, passes it out to Ogechi. Ogechi summons for a 3-pointer short. Doesn't manage to make it fall. Olang back to Ortega, who goes for the 3. Off. Off again. Olang tries, however, is blocked by Edwin. Clinton takes the ball out. For Umoja goes for the 3. Everyone is hitting the same spot, the back of the rim. Why are you falling in love with the back of the rim? The ball is to Ogechi, tries for the shot, and now makes it count. That is a clean swoosh. And that's just what Ogechi does. It's going to be a walk for Clinton. As a big man, you need to understand which foot is your pivot every time. That is the basic thing about being a big man. Ball to Ogechi. Back to Shavanga. Crossover. Attacks. However, Jason Sakwa's defense, stealthiness, sneakiness, how he does it is interesting. He's fast enough to get himself to finish and to make you cause a turnover. Now ball still remains on Twende's end. Ogechi goes for the 3-point short. Back of the rim again. Jumps too early. Goes back for his own rebound. Sakwa, with his defense, gets him another foul. Oh my God. You have to pick your weapon when you're defending Ogechi. Are you gonna give him space? He will shoot. Are you gonna give him not enough space? Then he will use his body to bully you into the rim. And he makes it count. If he doesn't make it count, he'll find himself on the line. And there he is. First one wasn't in. Second, manages to get it in, and now we are at 9-12. Clinton with the pass, falls out of bound. Ortega gets the ball. He goes for the 3-pointer. Back of the rim again. Edwin, there we are seeing him attack off to Clinton with the walk. That will be a walk, Clinton. We are not taking off to Singapore anytime soon, so maybe we shouldn't be walking yet. Let's make sure we have the ticket first to get ourselves to the airport. Now, Ogechi with the ball. Bully ball, any day, anytime. Choose your poison. And as you have seen there, Conan decided, you know what, let's go with the bully ball, having him make a desperate pass. Conan with the attack and the 3-point off the rim. He's on rebound. Passes it to Clinton, who makes it short. Olang gets the rebound. However, it's a tackle now. Olang holding on to Clinton's foot for his life. It shows you just how much Singapore means to these boys. But I would like to say it's more of skill set. It's more of aura. It's more of who takes the win home for these young men here today at Umoja 2, the place to be. Olang has the ball. Back to Ogechi. Ortega with the 3-pointer. Off the rim. Ogechi taps it. Back to Ortega. Ortega attacks. Back to Ogechi with the back pass. And he makes it count. Didn't even realize it, but he just made it count. Edwin manages to get his way, however, the reverse shot does not count, and we are seeing Ogechi there with the back of the court. Back to Clinton. Back to Clinton, who's playing. And again, the pivot becomes his worst enemy here. 57, 55. The seconds are narrowing down. We are at 9:12. The ball will be Umoja's. 51 seconds on the clock. 12-9 are the scores. Now will Umoja be taking the second loss of the day? Or will Twende be taking the first win of the day? Or will Umoja be taking the first win of the day? It's very interesting. With a three-point shot from Sakwa there, falls short. Shavanga taps it and the ball remains orange. Sakwa with the attack and makes it count for the team. 40 seconds on the clock and taken. We are at 9:14, favor Umoja. Now we're seeing bully ball at its finest here. Makes it count. Now, he did not clear out, making the ball go back to Twende. Olang and Clinton are having a bit of an interesting. Ortega with the ball off the rim. Clinton with a high power rebound. We're seeing the Conan with the pass to Conan. Fails to make it. Sakwa takes it. Still off the glass. And we are at 9:15 where Twende clock in their first win of the day and Umoja clock in their second loss of the day. 9:15. Now that was beautiful to watch. We have seen the 3-pointers, we have seen the attacks. Jason has left a mark on most of these viewers, if not all. And on that note, guys, we are on to the next game in a few seconds. Do not go anywhere. Well, 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 we are back for the fifth game of the day here at Umoja 2, and the teams that are about to play or that walk into the court are Chewy and Oolindi. Now, Chewy is wearing white and Oolindi is in black. Now, let's start with Chewy. Chewy have David Baraka 11, Rodney Sande 5, and Joseph Muraga 7. They are three players. Now, don't undermine the fact that they are three and think they might lose, because each of these boys have a very extensive understanding of the 3x3 element. Now, on the Oolindi side, we have Brian Omondi 12, Ernest Muriuki 4, Churchill Odiambo 5, and Salmon Rapudo 10. That is also a very good docket. Now, starting for Oolindi, Rapudo will be sitting out. And for Chewy, everyone is in. Ball. Yes, Chewy won the heads because we are seeing them on the offensive end. And the game begins. The game starts with a turnover. First 3-point shot of the game is spat out. We're seeing there Rodney with the rebound. David with the attack there. Churchill. Ooh. Fails to finish. That was a beautiful fake. However, fails to finish, and we're seeing Joseph Murage do what he does best, and that is find himself home at the 3-point line and take his shot. However, comes out short. Sing Baraka at the 3-point line. That will be a walk from his end, and his basket will not count. The ball goes to Lindsay. Churchill with the fake and attack, and a beautiful layup there, getting his team the first point of the game. And we are seeing Muraga with the spin, however, fails to finish. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. He just needed to finish it. Sometimes the leg don't give you the power to move high enough to finish your layup. Ball on Chewy's hands. Baraka with the 3-pointer short. Falls short. We are seeing there Rapudo with the rebound up to Churchill. Churchill back to Rapudo. Rapudo goes for the 3-point short. Ooh, fails. Tries to put it back. Rapudo with the tap, fails. Rodney picks out the rebound. This is the very first game. You snooze, you lose. Baraka with the pass. And we are seeing Brian there was trying to block it out. However, Baraka was fast enough to seal the deal for their end, and he goes on the charity strike. Fails to make it count. Rodney tries to top it in, however, fails. Brian to Rapudo. Fake does not manage to pull Baraka in. To Brian, trying to read his man, see if he can finish. 2 men, and he's like, 2 men is nothing. I got this. And he makes that count for his team. 8:24 on the clock. 2-1 are the scores. Brian with the ball. Out to Ernest. Takes the shot, fails. However, Brian again puts it back. Goes to the line for the charity strike. Now we are seeing Rapudo take the seat, and Churchill comes back out to play. Now will he make it count? Or hits the back of the rim? Rodney with the rebound. Out to Murage. Misses the rim. Like he doesn't see it. And we are seeing Ernest with the shot. With a sure shot. That was a beautiful pass there from Rodney to Baraka. Baraka attacks. Still fast, 2 first. Rodney with the putback fails again. Manages and succeeds to make it a go. Now we're seeing Ernest with another shot that falls short. And Baraka finds himself at the 3-point line, tries to make it in, however fails. Churchill takes the rebound. Like I said, you snooze, you lose. They're fast. These are both their first games, so they still have a very high energy boost. We're seeing Brian there try to make a shot that fails to go in. Rodney with a beautiful layup there, a bit too hard on the glass. Manages to take his own rebound and make it count. Ernest, that will be a foul for Ernest. That will be a foul for Ernest. Scores are 3-5, 7:18 on the clock. Murage takes a 3-point shot. Oh! And he makes it count. He's like, that line is not there for me to use. It is a rule, however. It is not how to live. Rodney with the rebound as Rapudo falls short in regards to making that count. However, his defense, we can see it play. Comes out short on that and gets a foul for the team. Muraga with the ball, spin, gets the ball back, changes the speed at which he's moving. Rodney with the random shot. Time's up for the Chewy team. That is very good defense from Uolindi, and if anything, that is what they should be doing, as they have shown us numerous times from the games we've seen them play. Rapudo with the shot, fails to even touch the rim. Rodney attacks. Brian's defense gets him on foul trouble. And we're seeing Baraka there on the line. We are on a timeout here. And our referees, we have Collins and Nina doing a good job so far. Scores are 5 ups and 6:31 on the clock as they are walking back in. Now Brian will be taking a seat for Uolindi. Baraka with the ball with Hazy and the fake and the step back. Ooh, that would have been nice if it had just gone in. Rodney with the take and the fake manages to not only get 1, but 2. He caught 2 in the process. I mean, what's better than 1 if not 2? However, he will not be shooting. Ball will, however, be in their possession. That is Chewy, the team. Muraga with another shot again. At this point, do not leave Murage open. It doesn't matter how far it is from that 3-point line. Do not leave him open. And I think Uolindi is going to have to learn that the hard way. We are at 7-5. And he is still the one with the ball. Attacking Murage. Still attacking. Changes space, changes hands. Back step with the shot. Fails to make it count. Rodney with the tap. Rapudo with the save. Off to Churchill, who manages to capture it. And that will be a foul for Murage. Churchill will be on the end, passes off to Brian. Churchill for the short, misses. Murage back. In between the legs, passes off to Rodney. Rodney with the pass, however, we have seen long enough. Rapudo is playing rather good defense, rather aggressive defense, as he always does. So Murage is going to have to find a way to sneak out of that. Baraka gets the ball, goes for the shot, fails to go through. Rapudo gets the turnover for the team. And the ball slips out of his hand just as he was about to tack the baseline. And that ball will belong to Chewy, Baraka with the attack. And a flawless layup to the rim. Gentle. Honest tries to salvage with the shot, however, fails. Goes out. Saved by Brian. And Rapudo seals the deal. Rapudo, sorry. Sorry, that was Rodney to Murage, and is blocked by Brian. Rapudo with the ball, goes for the three-point shot, off the board, spattered by the rim. Honest gently with the board, and makes it count for the team. Now the scores are at 9-7, 4:52 on the clock. Baraka with the ball, that is going to be a foul on Honest. You know, there's a saying there. When you find yourself in a mashup, in a mismatch, whereby the big man is outstanding to you, in this situation you hug them. Now Rodney with the ball and a walk. The ball will be Oolindi's. Brian with the attack. Goes all the way to the rim and makes it count in the process. And goes to the line for the charity strike. And in that process, Churchill comes in for the team as Ernest takes the seat. It's one basket, will make it count. Hits the back of the board, Rodney with a rather interesting rebound solution there. He had it, almost lost it, decided to tap it off Rapudo. However, Rapudo was fast enough to get it back and save it for his team. Murage passes to Baraka. Baraka with the in-between, attacks back to Rodney. Rodney wants to spin, can't spin, tries to pass it at the bottom, goes through, and Baraka seals it. Now that is a very interesting move. That is a very interesting move. And he gets himself on the free throw line. It's a charity number for them, and right now every number counts because that clock is not the 10-minute or the 12-minute clock. It's less than that, and they're aware of that. So every basket counts. 9-7 are the scores. Makes it count. We're at 9-8. One basket down. Actually, no, we're at 9-9. Sorry for that. Ernest with the rebound. Now there's a bit, apologies for that, there's a bit of a mish-up here with the scores. Confirmation is 10-8. 10-8. Baraka attacks, tries to go in, Ernest with a sneaky block. Rapudo makes his way back into the game as Ernest takes the seat. Rapudo to Brian. Brian attacks, passes it out to Churchill. Churchill fakes, step back, takes the shot, tries to get it off the board, however, fails, and Brian saves it. However, it will not count as the foul is on him. Murage goes to the line. Scores are 10-8. As of now, 4 minutes on the clock. Murage off the back end of the rim. Makes one count. We have Rapudo there with the rebound. Attacks. Manages to go all the way, and Murage, you do not want to foul Rapudo the same way I'm sure they do not want to foul you and send you to the line. 11-8. Rapudo on the line. Makes it count. Ball to Murage. Takes the three-point shot, which bounces off the rim. Rapudo takes the rebound. We are seeing him there. Go for the three-point shot. Just touches the rim. And Baraka is there with the ball off to Murage. Murage attacks. Goes off bound. And Brian to Rapudo to Churchill. Churchill fakes, attacks, and finishes. Very gentle with the board. Very gentle with the board and makes it count. Morage sneaky link attack. Oh, beautiful pass to Rodney. However, Churchill is sneakier more. As we can see him pass it to Brian. Back out. And a 3-point shot that falls from the back end of the rim. That is a very interesting foul there. Churchill takes the seat. Ernest comes out. Morage will go on the line for the charity strike. Now remember, Chewy are only 3 players as of now, and they're doing a good job so far. We're at 11:10, 3:09 on the clock. That will be a timeout. Scores are 11:10, 3:09 on the clock. Both teams are fast. Both teams are good at rebounding. It's now down to who can clock it right on time. They're on each other's necks. Manages to put the first basket in there. Charity strike is Morage. Fails to put the second one in. Rapudo with the ball off from Brian. Attacks. Eases. Morage is playing rather good defense there. Spins off. Foul will be on the ground. Anes to the shot, fails to go in. Baraka with the rebound, and Rapudo with the sneaky defense. Too fast, you can see it coming. Now Morage attacks. Brian again. Lindsay's defense is very interesting. Anes attacks the baseline. Off to Brian. Back to Rapudo, who manages to take the shot, however, fails to make it go in. Ernest, beautiful, however. The walk. We are not walking to Singapore yet. We are trying to get the ticket there. Brian with the ball, spins. The ball dwindles and dandles and falls off. And Moraga with the shot off the board doesn't make it. Brian manages to get the rebound. Rapudo gets the ball, spins, and dandles again. Rodney, well, doing his job. Getting the rebound, making sure that his team gets the rebound. Baraka and Rapudo fight for the ball, and Rapudo manages to get himself a foul. And Baraka will be going on the line. Baraka makes the first shot in. We are at 14:10, 1:57 on the clock here. Favor Chewy. We're seeing Baraka with the spin move and the finish with the help of the backboard there. A bit of a frustration shot there from Churchill. Now remember, those scores are 14-11. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, 41 seconds on the clock. Baraka again tries to sneaky attack. However, Rapudo is playing a rather stealth defense. Rodney with the rebound and the putback. However, fails and Baraka flies over and puts it back. That just shows you how much these boys want this ticket to Singapore. Rapudo gets the rebound after making a shot for his team. Moraga with the rebound on that. Rodney. However, a walk is called on that. Now we are at 16-12, 1:09 on the clock. Ball belongs to Uolindi. Churchill takes the seat as Ernest makes his way back. Rapudo with the shot. Misses everything. Okay, manages to touch the manages to touch a bit of the flare on the rim. Baraka on the ball. The in-between attacks. Rodney with the screen. Oh! Spinning into the defense. That is what we'd call it, as Rodney tried to spin away but rather found himself into the pit of the defense. Ernest with the sure shot there for the team. Murage tries to cancel it out. This is a game of tap and tap. Brian manages to salvage it. Ernest there with another shot. Tries to make friends with the board, however fails, and it's a tap, 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 tap. And the tap gets its way to Baraka's hands, who takes the shot. Fails. Rapudo with the rebound. Back to Brian, who tries to give it back to Rapudo, who is gentle with the board and gets another point for the team. And we are at 16-15. Ernest, ooh, with the fake. Will it make it count? Off the edge of the rim. Now Muraga, that is a man you do not want to leave at the three-point line by himself. As you've seen there, Brian was fully aware. However, in the process, he sent him to the charity strike. 2 minutes left. Is that? That will be 2 seconds on the clock. Moragi makes pass, fails to make the second. 17-15 favor Chewy. Now remember, there are only 3 players, and they are playing as you were seeing them play. Ball on Baraka's hands. Had to make the second not count there. 17-15 Chewy against Uolindi, and Chewy win with the 1 player less on that team. Well, they have it, they take it, they seal it. And we are on to the next game, which will be back in a few. Do not go anywhere. You can get a bottle of water or something to snack away the evening. However, do not go anywhere, as these teams are getting more and more interesting. All right, all right. On to our fifth game. At some point, I might lose count. Now, we have BCG who are in green against Hodari who are in white. Now, do note BCG, Alan Sunzuki. Number 2, Brian Sunzioka. Number 3, David Siaji. Number 4, and Patrick Otang. Number 5, on the Hodari we're wearing white. We have Brian Musembi. Number 13, Ryan Onyango. Number 8, Jack Waweru. Number 4, and Boniface Amukutwa. I hope I have that right. Now remember, this is Hodari's second game of the day. However, this is BCG's first game of the day. To note here, BCG are the current champions of the Betika 3x3. That is the team that took 1,750,000 Kenya shillings home. So they played through it from the county levels to the nationals and made it as the best and the champions. And they're here at the Lite Quest to compete for a chance to go to Singapore. So they did not get the championship handed to them. However, they played through it. So let's see. Will they be able to seal their first win to here? Or will Hodari be able to seal their first win here? Now we're seeing Boniface do his thing there, getting the first basket for Hodari. Alex Nzuki off to David Siaji on the three-point line. You do not want to leave that man free on the three-point line. That will be 2 points for BCG. While Weru makes his way with a bit of a shaky fake there, getting the defense to fall off him. We're seeing Nzioki with another shot. Now, did I say that the whole team can shoot? Or I failed to say that. BCG is made of shooters from head to toe. Hodari is made of attackers from head to toe. Yes, they will shoot. However, BCG has an advantage on that. They are good on rebounds. However, from the first person to the last person on that team makes home on the three-point space. And that's something Hodari needs to be very keen of as they are facing off with them. Nzioka there with the ball. Off to Brands. Siaji falls short. We're seeing the ball falls on Ryan's hands. Tries to play off Nzuki. Passes the ball back. Bit of a fake there. Spin move. Gets his way to the rim. And the reverse is good. Sails his way and a basket for his team. That is a beautiful rebound there. Remember, this is Hodari's second game. And they need this win too. Boniface attacks. Gets his way mangled to the camera. Nzuki with another shot for the team. Scores are 4-6. Oh, Lord. 8:22 on the clock. We are seeing Waweru make his way back in for Hodari. That would have been a beautiful pass. However, Ryan saves it. And Otang found himself in the foul structure there as he was trying to make sure that ball doesn't go in from Waweru's layup. In the charity strike, we have Waweru. Makes it count. Ernest gets ooh, that is a beautiful sneaky attack. However, steps on the line in the process, and the ball will be BCG's. Davis Siaji. That is off to Otang. Back to Siaji. Goes for the three-point shot. Spat out. Spat out, and according to the referees, that ball will be white ball for Hodari. Waweru tries to get himself. However, Nzuki's defense is one that tells you, I want that ticket to Singapore. And Otang gets a travel with the seat as Brands Nzioka makes his way back for the team. Ryan gets the ball, trying to see what he can do with it. Passes it back. Brian attacks and seals the deal. That will be a foul on White. Alex Nzuki takes the seat as Otang makes his way back. Falling off short on that 3-point shot is Davis Siaji. And we can see my brother there with a fadeaway. However, before that, he did do a mini step there. We're seeing Alex back in. Davy take the six. Ryan with the ball with a step back, and the shot doesn't go in. Alex with the rebound, and the ball still lands on his hands, and his hands are hot. They are hot on the line. Waweru tries for the 3-point, trying to feed back on what Alex just did. However, we are seeing it's not possible. Nzioka finds Otang, and they make it to a 10. Waweru with the shot. Off the glass a bit too hard, rolls off the rim and into Otang's hand, and we are seeing a beautiful defense there from Ryan as he taps the ball out of Otang. Waweru tries to make it past the defense, however, it's tapped away by Alex. And that will be a timeout for BCG. Scores are 7-10, 6:22 on the clock, and so far so good. You can see both these teams have a good skill set. However, remember, BCG has an advantage. This is their first game, and Hodari, this is their second game. However, I wouldn't call that an advantage or a disadvantage, because at the end of the day, it's just how much do you want to get you and your team to Singapore, and that is why we are here at Umoja 2 court in Nairobi, Kenya, trying to see who wants it more. Ball is White. Brian with the shot that falls, just kisses the rim at the niche. Back to Brian again. Has to attack. Takes the shot. A hurried shot. Misses everything. Including the stand that holds the rim. Ball BCG. Green, and the tongue is fed the ball by Siaji. Off to Brands. Brands takes the shot. Hits the back of the court. Of the rim rather, and Ryan finds himself at the baseline trying to go for the shot. Brands gets the rebound off to Davis Siaji. Will he attack? Will he pass it? Passes off to Otang, who tries for the shot again. Siaji saves the ball, however, to the white team. There we are seeing Boniface do his thing, and Ryan seals the deal with the dunk that gets them the 10th mark. Teammate shoots away, trying for the 3-pointer. Davis gets the rebound on his knees. Otang goes for the shot, fails, hits the back of the board. Trying to pass it to Davis, however, fails, and Ryan gets the rebound. Things are interesting. Things are cooking over here. Ryan gets himself free with the alley-oop. Doesn't manage to get it to fall in. Waweru serves the ball. We can see the defense there. Ryan is left all alone at the 3-point line. Hits the back of the rim. Alex with the rebound and confuses the pivot as he stands trying to look for his teammate. That is good defense from Hodari. To Waweru. Tries to spin, however, you can tell Is not new to this. He's not new to the turnaround. To Alex's hands. Ooh, darling. Misses everything. Misses everything. Davis, Siaji takes the seat. Otangs comes back. Aweru with the ball. Decides to take a 3-point shot. Hits the back of the rim. Ryan gets the rebound. However, Nzioka is not letting him have another dribble, another second. Scores are 9-11, 4:27 on the clock. Otang is like, where the hell are you going? Where do you think you're going? And the shots are not going in for both teams. Everyone is hitting the back end of the rim. Ball is Hodari. Tries to take the shot. Back end of the rim. Alex takes the rebound for BCG. Attacks the baseline and finds himself free enough to pass the ball to Otang, who attacks. Back to Alex. Goes for the 3-point shot. Hits the back of the rim. Tries to salvage it. Gets it back. Tries to be gentle, however fails, and receiver were able to tap it into his hands and secure the rebound for his team. Screen there. Alex with a rather elite defense there. The fade away, and the fade away is like, I got you, because it counts for the team. Now, that was a bit of a miscommunication there between the boys. Trying to fake it away, only to fake it into Doom's land, because now the ball goes away and into BCG's hand. It will be a timeout. Both teams, we are at 9-11, 3:37 on the clock. BCG's ball. Managing to fake his defense, however, Ryan's foot wouldn't let the ball pass. Davis Siaji with the rebound and another bounce pass. And it manages to slip out of Nzioka's. Sorry. Nzuki. Okay, Alex Nzuki and Brans Nzioka. Those two names are going to have me on a roller tongue here. Ryan with the ball. Making sure the pivot is right. Waweru bumps into Ryan. That is not something you want. Smooth with the board and manages to get the point count off to Otang, who goes for the 3-point shot. And first shot that goes in for him on that 3-point line. We are at 10-13, 3 minutes on the clock. Waweru trying to make sure. However, Otang manages to tap the ball out. As Nzuki goes for the seat. It's a timeout for Hodari. 10-13 are the scores. We are back here. We are seeing a rather interesting shot being taken there. Otang to Brands, who goes for the shot off the back end of the rim. Pass it to Brands, manages to get to Otang. Otang takes the shot off the rim. Why is everyone hitting the back end of the rim? Ryan with the hands, the long hands, and the long feet. Because we've seen the hands and the feet play a rather good defense here. Waweru with the ball, fakes, attacks, gets himself free, and finishes. Nzioka David Siaju with the attack and the finish and the foul. And he goes the charity strike to add more to what is already given his team. Manages to make it count. Waweru with the rebound. And Brian there. Brian with the ball. Brian dribbles, almost gets it lost. Tries to pass it, but says nah. And ends up on the charity strike line. As Siaji takes the seat and Otang comes back for BCG. Waweru takes the seat for Hodari. As Boniface comes back for Hodari. Otang with the ball. Alex being manned by Brian. Ball falls off Otang's hands and becomes Hodari's. And this offense. (11:15) are the scores. Bringing a screen, a step back. Boniface. Brian, reverse layup, doesn't go in. Tap, tap, tap. Green ball. Brands to Siaji to Brands. And a foul. Goes to the free throw line. Manages to get that one sink in. Ryan there with the ball. Brands manages to top it off Ryan to Alex, who decides to attack. Off to Davies, who makes his three-pointer short off the rim. In between the legs is a no. However, finds Brands Zioka, who attacks. And it's fouled, however, it will be. This just shows you why these guys won the championship that they did. Every dribble, every shot, the energy is there. Alex to Siaji. Siaji rises up for the three-point shot. Touches the nip of the rim. Ryan there with a counter, however, fails horrendously and lands on Zioka's hands, who throws it all the way. Sometimes the shots just don't go in, do they? That would be a foul on Zioka. Alex takes the seat as Siaji makes his way back. And Waweru takes the seat as Brian comes back for Hodari. Fouled, or not fouled rather, but blocked. We have Siaji all by himself, passes it to Nzioka for a simple layup that does not, that was a very simple layup. And we have Boniface failing to put that in for the team. 35 seconds on the clock, 11:16 are the scores, and timeout is called. Boniface attacks, almost gets it. That was a beautiful layup, however. I hope that hand is okay. That hand is bleeding. Siaji makes it count. Siaji makes it count for the team. We are at 11-18. Waweru with the ball, tries to get it off to Boniface. However, Alex, playing his defense, manages to get Siaji, and they add another point. And on that note, BCG tuck in their first win here at Umoja 2, 19-11. And Hodari get the back end of this game. However, these boys have played well. And we are off to the next team, which is also an interesting team, so do not go anywhere. Thank you for tuning in. Well, well, well. We are back for the sixth game of the day. And on your screens, as you can see, there's people wearing the green. We have the number 10, Powell Hargers, Eleman Bryan, number 14, Elisha Odhiambo, number 12, and Dennis Koja, number 11, from the Simba team. Now, Simba team already have their first win, and this is the second game of the day. And walking in, we have Larry Shavanga, number 4, and Ariel Ortega, shooter, number 5. Number 9, walking in is the man Derek Ogechi, and to seal the deal is Derek Olang, number 10, from Twende. Now both teams have wins. Second game for both teams, and both teams managed to seal the deal and get a win from their previous games. And this is a knockout for both these two teams because both have wins, so it's coming out of here today with a loss. These teams are very interesting. Twende is a built team with shooters, and Simba has attackers and shooters. It's a mixture of both. And our referees are Collins and Nina. And so far so good. They've been doing an excellent job. Now this is about to start in the next few seconds. And the starting 5 and the starting 3, sorry. The starting 3, but we have to spin the coin first to see who's taking the ball first. And in this situation, Twende's ball. Twende's ball. So for Twende, we have Ogechi, Olang, and Ortega starting. And for Simba, we have Eleman, Koja, and Elisha Odhiambo starting. Ogechi to Olang. Olang tries to, that ball almost slips off his hand. Ortega fakes, bumps his way to the rim, however manages to get himself blocked by Elisha. And a foul, so he gets himself in the charity strike. We are still at 0, 9:48 on the clock. Will he make it count? They say shooters shoot. And a shooter shot. And that will be the first score of this game. Eleman with the first 3-point shot. Comes short. Isisiaji with the rebound and the putback, however, loves the back of the rim too much. Shavanga for the 3-point shot. The board member there. That's a board member. Elisha fakes, attacks. Simple off the rim. Shavanga gets himself on foul trouble. However, he may actually have an injury. We do hope he's okay. Safety is key here. And he will be subbed out, takes the seat. Yes, he will be getting some medical attention there. We proceed. Hargos comes in for Eleman. Hargos the pass to Elisha. She takes his time, pounds. That is his favorite shot, however, doesn't seem to be his favorite shot right now. I'll get you with the fake. However, Lang trying to make friends with the board. Second round is a go for him, and we are at 4-0. We are seeing Koja there. Manages to spin off. Tap back, however, fails short. Ball on Ortega's hands for the shot, and it's a clean shot. Elisha passes it to Koja. Passes it back. Manages to get himself in the charity strike. Let's make it count because we are at 0 for Simba. Fast shot for the team. Alicia sinks it in. Now we are at 5-1. Ball is Twendes. As Koja takes a seat and Eleman makes his way back for Simba with the fake and the finish. However, it's too hard on the board. Bounces off, however, gets himself on the free throw line. It's a free throw. That's why it's called a free throw. It's a charity, basically. And you have to make it count. And the shooter shot again. Eleman with the rebound, however, gets it to knock off his foot as he's headed to the seat, and Elisha makes his way back. Ortega seats, and Ogechi gets back into the pool for Twende. Shavanga with the ball, tries to spin Elisha off, attacks, changes pace. However, Elisha is keen enough. Gets himself together, however, doesn't manage to make it sink. And the ball is Simba's. Argos with the ball. Attacks. Step back. Fails to make it count. Shavanga shows us how much that is a clean block there from Koja. And Shavanga manages to get the ball off again from Koja, redeeming himself from the earlier block. And the ball will be Simba's. Now both teams have strengths and they are playing to it. Both teams have wins and that tells you a lot. But at now, Twende is at 7. Simba is at 2. Elisha with the ball. Gets his space, tries to get it in, however fails. Eleman with the rebound. The putback tries to dunk it, however falls short. On that, the ball falls back out. Racing Ortega attacking back to Ogechi. Ogechi to Shavanga. Shavanga fakes it. Tries to attack, step back, shot. Bangs the end of the rim. Ball to Eleman. Racing Shavanga play rather good defense there. Oh! Eleman with the step and the finish. That is smooth. Ortega with the step back. Makes it in. Eleman with the ball. Thinks of shooting, tries to pass it back. That will be a foul. Har goes in, Elisha out, ball is Simba's. Hargos attacks, takes the shot. Drums on the rim. Hargos back with the ball. Tries to pass it to Koja, however, it is intercepted. And Eleman takes the shot and misses everything there. Gets a bit of the wave of the rim. And it will be Twende's ball. As Koja takes the seat and Elisha comes back. Along with the ball there. Attacks the baseline, however, Hargos saw it before he could even attack. In between to Elisha. Elisha, Sable, fake, tries to reverse, misses everything, along with the rebound, and to Ortega and Ogechi there. The ball finally gets to him. Olang gets the ball under the rim, tries to do a big man's job, and gets himself a foul. That's a plus for the team as he goes to the charity strike. Makes it count. Elisha takes the rebound. We are seeing Eleman with the ball there. Trying to do big man stuff. Elisha gets the ball back. Tries getting the shot. And Shavanga does his thing with the rebound. Shavanga almost gets the shot in. Hargos gets the ball from Elisha. Eleman attacks. Hargos with the beautiful pass to Elisha. Fails to get it in with another rebound again. That is Hargos there, doing his thing between the leg fakes, back step. Fails to get it in again with another rebound. Ooh, those are quite 3 attempts and none was able to go in. Basketball is a physical game, as we are seeing a timeout being called there. Now we are at 10-3, 5-3-1 on the clock. Simba need to activate something. Like I said, Twende have shooters from A to Z. All of them are shooting, and we can see it's actually panning out. On the other end, for Simba, the shots are not sinking. However, their attacks are. So they need maybe to change that tactic, attack more and get themselves in the charity strike, as 20 are doing. The shots don't go in, they take their rebound, they attack, and they get themselves on the charity strike every time. Simba might want to borrow that from the book of 20. Ball is 20's as we get back into it. 10-3 are the scores, 5:31 on the clock. Shavanga tries to take a 3-point shot. Ooh. Misses everything. Everything and nothing. And the ball will become Simba's. Those shots Shavanga is taking reminds you of Murage. Murage from the Chewy team. He made them count every time. We're seeing Ortega try there with the ball. Is spat out. Tries again. Still ends at the back end of the rim. Ball to Eleman. Tries for the shot. Again, the back end of the rim. Shavanga does his job. Back to Ortega. Ortega with the fake and the attack, and Elbow's hands are doing a good job. Eleman, sorry. Olang tries to score, however, Hargos is right there on his face to block it out. Ball is Simba's. Hargos to Elisha. Elisha gets himself to the rim. Swift and easy. Makes it look like so. Bully ball at its best there. You can see Ogechi, however, Elisha is able to salvage it. That's another spin move. And gets it to sink for the team. Shavanga with the rebound to Ortega, who takes the shot, and it's clean. That's a clean slate right there. Clean. Elisha to Eleman, to Hargos, back to Eleman, who fakes. You cannot fake Shavanga that well and then not put it in. You have to salvage that. And he manages to do that. The scores are 12-6. Alicia gets the rebound. 3:29 on the clock. And that will be a foul on the floor. (12-6) are the scores. Favor 20. Timeout is called and both teams take a recess. And we are back from the timeout. You can see the ball on Alicia's hands. Take the shot, and it's clean. That is a clean shot right there. Getting his team to 8. And that will be a carry for Shavanga. He takes a sub. And Ortega comes back in. Hargos decides to take the shot. Hits the back of the rim. Elisha finds himself in a situation whereby his IQ is his best friend and uses that and manages to retain the ball for his team. Hargos off to Koja. Koja to Elisha. Elisha for another shot. Bumps off the rim, literally. Ogechi to Olang. Olang with the fadeaway. Makes it count. Hargos with the rebound. To Elisha. Elisha with the saddle fadeaways. Koja gets the rebound. Hargos spin move. Goes all the way to the rim with the board, however, doesn't manage to make it land, and we can literally feel the rebound from Ogechi as Koja fouls him. Well, now, ball is Twenders. Now we are here at Umoja 2. The court here in Umoja, it's the place to be. If you're not here, you're missing quality basketball with Ortega with the step back and the pass to Ogechi. Get you with the shot, falls short. And we are seeing Ellerman do his thing there, adding on to the scoreboard of his team, and we are at 9:13, 2:09 on the clock. Shavanga tries to get it a bit too hard on the board. Ellerman decides, you know what, we are going all the way. However, falls short on that. Ortega's hands, are they hot enough? Not yet. Ogechi gets the rebound, decides to attack. Don't let him spin. He will bait you in enough to leave you there thinking he's going for it. However, it's spin and finish right behind you. Ball is Twenders to Ogechi. Bully ball at its best. However, he's found someone who's playing that as well. Elisha with the border friends. I would say married at this point because he has used that board severally. He's gentle with it to make sure that every basket hits that board and goes straight in. For the team, as a timeout is called, we are at 13:10, 1:34 on the clock. Coming from the 20 timeout, we are back in. Ogechi to Olang. Olang to Ortega. It's a physical game, guys, here. It's a physical game. Elisha to Hargos. Hargos makes his finish. Simple and clean. Ortega tries to shoot. However, the cries of Olang have finally been heard, and he gets... Actually, it's a double foul. Both of them fouled each other, and yeah. 13-11 are the scores. 1:16 on the clock. Elisha might need to keep distance there. Give Ogechi his space to inbound. Ogechi with the spin move. Never let him spin off of you. He will get a foul. And it goes the charity start. The charity strike, and we can see Hargos there is a bit frustrated on the call. It's like it's a free call, however, he decides to take the seat and Koja makes it back. Now let's see, will Ogechi make it count for his team? Makes the first one. Second. I guess Charity is not a name well versed here. Gaethje doing his best with the step back. And that is clean. Clean from the beginning to the end. Trying to salvage the numbers as we can see them there. Falls short on that. That is Alicia. Element takes the seat as Hargos makes his way back for the team. Ortega takes the seat as Shavanga makes his way back for 20. Hargos with the step back. Another clean shot. Just shows you how much skill set these boys have. How deep that bag runs. Alicia with the saddle steal. Ball 20. A walk there. Alicia seats. Element comes back for the team. Hargos with the ball. Attack, step back. Hits the edge of the rim. Hargos with the ball again. And a beautiful layup there. Shavanga hits his way. Bumps his way. The free throw line to along with the board. Makes it count. Hargos outside. It's 11 seconds remaining. And the ball will be Simba's. In that huddle, Gaethje got himself out with the ball. Alicia comes back in as Koja steps out for Simba. 7 seconds on the clock. Scores are 16-17. 16-14, sorry. Step back. And that will be a foul. Ooh! That will be a foul on Hargos. Hargos goes to charity strike. He knows that every shot counts, and we are at 16-15. 16-15. 3 seconds on the clock, guys. 3 seconds on the clock. This is a nerve-wracking moment right here for this team. 2 seconds on the clock, 1 second on the clock. And Olang holds onto the ball long enough to retain the win with 1 point. 16-15. The win is a 20. Just shows you how much skill set and how deep these boys' bags are. These are both winners from the previous game. However, in this set of play, we see Simba take the loss here and 20 take the win. And on that note, we are off to the next team, which is very, very interesting. I don't want to spoil it for you, so you just have to stay in and see which jerseys are walking into the court in the next few seconds. viewers, we are in the 7th game of the day. We are nowhere near tiring yet. And we have our first team, BCG, making their way back for their second game of the day. We have Alex Nzuki. There, these two names are going to get me in trouble. Alex Nzuki, number 2, and Brans Nzioka, number 3. These are the teams from BCG. Now, just need to confirm a few things from the table's end before we can proceed. The teams that are playing are Equity and BCG. Now, remember, BCG has a win. And we're back, guys. All right. So where were we? We were at BCG. Alex Nzioki, number 2. Branson Zioka, number 3. Davis Siaji, number 4. And Patrick Otang, number 5. Now, do I need to remind you that this team is the current holders of the Betika Championships. They got to win some good money over there, and so far so good. They have already pocketed their first win of the tournament. Coming in, we have Equity Dumas, William Olang, number 6, and number 9, that will be Calphon. Number 11 will be Dominic Adera. And to finish it all off is number 12, Kevin Kigotho. And they will be going head to head. This is interesting because from the BCG team, they basically have their teammates on that end. It's basically teammates going against each other here in this set. Both teams have good big men. Both teams have good shooters. Both teams are good at rebounding. So let's see who wants it more. Does BCG want to retain their winning streak? And does Equity, do Equity want their first win here? The coin is tossed, and the ball is Equities. Like I said earlier, it's basically teammates playing against teammates here. With the captain of the Equity team playing for BCG, David Siaji. And it begins. The ball with Olang to Dominic, who finishes, and that is the first basket of the game. Alex with the 3-point shot, comes out short, back to his hands, decides to attack for the floater, and it's good. Olang with the fake for the short, bangs off the end of the rim, a walk there. For Kevin Kigotho. Ball will be BCG's. As we see, Rans try to give a cat pass there to Alex, however, falls short on that end. Along with the ball, decides to attacks, passes to Adera, slips off his hand. And thereafter he sits down as Siaji takes the ball, BCG's ball, to Atang, to Nzioka, who attacks, dribbles, power dribble, and finds his way to the rim, and is fouled, however falls short on making it a finish for the team. Brands on the charity strike. Calvin Kigotho with the rebound off to Calphon. Calphon dribbles, step back, thinks of the shot. Adera gets the ball, Out to Kevin. Kigoto Bigman doing his thing. However, time is not on his side as the ball goes back to BCG. Atang takes the seat. CIG is back in with the first shot. However, just nibs the rim. Steps on the line there. Olang from Equity and Alex goes for the short along with the rebound. Calfan there with the dribble to Adera. Adera attacks. The ball finds its way out of the rim. However, for Adera, he does find himself on the charity strike. That will be a timeout. Wait, sorry, that will be green balls. Green's ball, and Alex attack passes to Otang. Otang goes for the 3-point short, bangs the edge of the rim. Alex is able to take the rebound and put it back. Ball is saved by Olang. That 3-point shot fails to go in. CIG attacks, finds Zuki at the base for the short, falls short on that. Still gets the rebound off to Nzuki again. Nzuki decides to attack, and a beautiful finish right there. Gentle and precise. Olang to Kigoto. Kigoto back to Olang. Olang manages to find himself at the rim. However, the finish is not there. However, he does go to the free throw line. The scores are 3-1, 7:58 on the clock. Olang makes it count. Alex gets the ball and to the rim. Did I tell you they're not new to this? Because you can tell by the way he's playing. He's not new to this. He's been here, he's done that, he's doing it, still doing it, and probably forever keep doing it. And he goes to the charity strike. Let's see how well versed he is with the free throw. It's free. He has to make it count. Fails to do that. However, Adera manages to get the rebound. Off to Olang. Olang gets the ball out. Takes the shot. Nibs at the rim. Alex takes the rebound. Attacks. The ball slips off of him. Brands gets it back to him. Fakes, and the shot is clean. Mr. Money wants his money, and now he wants to go to Singapore too, and he's showing that. Alex there with the defensive move as he heads to the seat as Otang gets back in. Adera attacks. Finds his way to the baseline. Tries to make friends with the board, however, falls short on the energy put on making that deal a seal. However, finds his way in the free throw line. Scores are 6-4. 7:17 on the clock. Now will he make it count? Hits the base of the rim. Otang with the rebound to Siagi. Siagi attacks, and finds his way to the finish. To the rim. That's where we are all supposed to be going. To the rim. Gitongo doing the big man move, and a beautiful finish right there. Brands with a 3-point shot, falls short. Olang with a 3-point shot. Off the board, however, hits the rim and falls off again with the rebound. Almost had it. Effort counts. It's the effort that counts here. And that will be a timeout for Equity Dumas. Well, you can tell by the pace these players are playing, this is something that they both want. Alex, on the other hand, wants the ticket. He wants the ticket to go to Singapore. We're back. Ball is off to Otang. Otang for the three-pointer. Off the board. Bit too hard there. Calphon with the ball and the three-pointer. Side highs the rim. And the ball is retained on Equity side. With the behind the back, we see Calphon doing his thing, manages to cut through the defense and finishes elegantly. That's an elegant finish. No stumble, no nothing, just straight to the rim, off the board, easy peasy. And gets a foul in the process, getting him on the free throw line. 7-4, needs to make this count for the team. Fails to make it count, and Brands gets the rebound. However, the pass is too strong, and Nzioka is not able to salvage it. Equity retain possession. Calphon again with the ball, attacks, finds his way to the rim again, and the free throw line. Calphon again is on the ball. The defense is good. The ball will go to BCG. This is like their first possession in a minute. Tells you how much Equity is playing here. Back to Nzioka. Fails to put it in, however, Adera is right there to pick the rebound, attacks the baseline with Siaji there, takes him off and makes a point count on that scoreboard for the team. And cancelling that point out, and Olang showing us his skills, is Calphon with a beautiful layup. Siaji back to Alex and back to him again for the free throw. For the three-pointer. I am too submerged into this. I mean, wouldn't you? Brands misses the three-pointer. Asks for the ball at the base of the rim, makes friends with the board, and makes that count. Olang almost caused a bit of a disruption there. 9-5 are the scores, 5:23 on the clock, and we have Brands and Nzioka on the free throw line. Shooters shoot, and the shooter shot. We have Adera with the rebound, and Brands with the foul for Adera. Hits the edge of the rim and falls out. Adera needs to make this count for his team. Doesn't manage to get that to sink in. Ball to Otang. Otang attacks back to Siaji. Siaji for the three-pointer, fails to put it in. However, the scuffle goes and the ball is Equity's. As Alex takes the seat and Nzioka is back in. Olang attacks, fails to finish, however gets himself again to the free throw line. Young man loves charity. It's good to be charitable, however. Let's see if he will make it count for the team. Here we say Matumbo ni nyama, that counts too, right? For the second short. That is a cleaner one. Now Brands with the ball to Siaji. Siaji attacks off to Otang. Otang fakes. Attacks and fails to finish that, however, gets himself the charity. This team loves charity. Both these teams love the free throw line. However, if we were to put it down on real, we can say both these teams love to attack and find themselves to the rim. Otang fails to put that in. Adera picks it up. Off to Olang. Olang fakes, attacks. The ball is not a friend with him right now. Kigoto gets the rebound, puts it back, and manages to make it count. There he is. Nzioka the man doing his thing. Making it count for his team. Adera there. One hand. One leg up. Still eyes on the rim. Makes it count. We are at 11-8 as of now. 4:20 on the clock. Along with the shot. Fails to go in high, but picks his rebound and off the glass into the rim. And that is Olang playing what he knows how to do best, and that is basketball. That is beautiful. That will be timeout, BCG. Scores are 11-8. Clock is 4:11. Olang making the first point count, and we are at an up situation here. 11-11. Second one is clean too, 11-12. Their first lead here against BCG, that is Equity. Olang playing his best ball here. Passes to Adera, Adera attacks, finds his way to the rim and makes a finish, showing he's the man right there. However, we can see Otang is not having it, as he's claiming he's the man too. He's the man too, and he gets not only the point, but himself to the free throw line as Equity takes a timeout. 12-13 are the scores. Equity still on the lead with 1 point ahead. Hopefully Otang gets his team the points. They'll be on an ups again. This is a seesaw situation here for both these teams. Otang is on the line, guys. The scores are 12-13. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Banks the rim and into the rim. Adera with the ball. And it goes in. The man claims to be the man and proves he's the man in the process of it all. He finds himself to the free throw line. Now the time is 4:33 on the clock. There will be no lineup. BCG Wamejaza. Adera misses on the first attempt. The charity strike. Misses the second one too. The ball still in their possession. Equity's ball. Olang and Nzioki are having it there. Kigoto doing his big man thing there with the rebound. Adera with the spin move. And the finish! Still claiming to be the man here. Siaji turns for the 3-point shot. Spat out. Adera gets the rebound to Kigoto, to Adera. Adera attacks again. Not able to finish, however, Kigoto is there to prove I can put it back. And it's a hand one. It's an and one. This is turning out to be interesting. Like I said, these two teams are basically teammates because they do play for one team in the Premier League level. They all play for Equity, aside from two players. So it's very interesting to see teammates going against each other, just wearing different jerseys here in this tournament. Kigotho on the line. Now remember, BCG has made the bucket full on the fouls, so every time they foul, Equity gets the free space and the free shot in the process. So, there's a bit of a request there from the referee. And we are good to go, guys. You go for the second shot. Scores at 13-15. I'll say again, matumbo ni nyama, like we'd say it here. And the ball is in Kelfon's hands. Dribbles, 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 dribbles. Kigotho with the ball. Big man move. Fails to finish. Ooh. Ball off Kigotho. However, he has shown us he knows what he's doing. The ball just didn't sign the contract in the process. Alex on the ball to Siaji. To Alex. Alex with the three-point attack. Kelfon on the ball. Siaji with the leg defense. And takes his seat as Brands Yoka makes his way back. Kelfon on the ball, takes the shot. Comes short. Alex with the rebound. Off to Nzioka, off to Otang. Otang goes for the shot. Fails to put that in. Basically nibbles at the edge of the rim. And out of bounds it goes. Olang makes his way back. That's Adera 2. Kigotho takes the seat for Equity. Kelfon with the ball. Crossover. Attack. Out of bounds. Finds Nzioka and finishes on that block. Pushes through the block and finishes. Olang throws it out. Kelfon taps it out. Scores are 14-17, 1:45 on the clock. Otang takes the seat as Siaji gets back for BCG. Decides to take the shot. It's spat out. Oh, that was a good call from where he last saw his teammate. However, his teammate was also going for the rebound in the process. That's making the ball go out of bounds. Now ball is Equity. Kelfon with the ball to Adera. Adera attacks, doing what he does best, and that is attacking. However, Nzioka is doing what he also does best, and that is defense. And that will be a foul on Equity. As Nzioka makes his way to the line. Fast one is clean. Swoosh. Swish. Second one fails to go in. Kelfon with the attack, however. Nzioka tapped it out. And that will make it green ball. Now let's go. Ball to Otang, to Siaji. Siaji attacks, manages to get Nzioka, who takes the shot. However, falls short, takes his rebound, off to Otang. And is blocked by Olang. However, ball still remains on BCG's end. Kigoto doing his thing there. Kigoto walks there. However, he did do a good job with the block and managing to get the ball back into his hands. 7 seconds. Nzioka goes for Siaji. Siaji fails to put that in. And Nzioka manages to get himself on the line. The scores are 15-17. 49 seconds on the clock. It's a very daunting moment here for both teams. Alex is aware that every basket here that is getting the church strike is very, very essential for them to win. And I guess the board is friends with him. Replacing that tap from his teammate, his big man. It's rather interesting. And he makes the second one sink. And we are at an up situation here. We are at an up situation here. And very interesting, as he is not able to get the ball completely out of the spectrum, Adera. And the ball belongs to BCG. Why? We have so many questions here. Why? You already are at the rim, Alex. You already at the rim. Just finish. What could happen? A foul. Along with the ball, that is someone you do not want to leave open because his shots are there. Olang attacking with the finish of the ball too strong. Alex manages to get the ball. And a gentle layup there. Along with the ball, attacks the baseline. Finds his big man, who fails to put it in. Siaji with the ball to Alex. Alex attacks and finds Zioka. Siaji with the ball off to Alex. Alex takes the shot off the rim, and Olang tries to salvage the three-pointer shot, however falls short. And BCG wins by a whisker, by 1 point. However, win is a win, and they will take it. Guys, that was a very interesting game. One team wearing two different jerseys, and you can see how much skill set is there as BCG clock in their second win here on the first day at Umoja 2. Now remember, this tournament is still proceeding tomorrow. We will still be here at Umoja 2 with the live games, as we will get to know who is getting that ticket to Singapore here in the Lite Quest 3x3. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last game of the day. Equity and BCG closing it out in a thunderous manner. We do appreciate all the viewers for staying in tune, giving us your views and enjoying the show. I remember these teams still have to go head-to-head tomorrow, and we will be here to film everything from beginning to end to who will be getting the ticket straight to Singapore. I have been your host, Effie Starcy. This is B+ Sports. Checking out.